Well, good morning, everyone. It's 9:06, so we'll get started here on day one. I am pleased to call to order the 257th meeting of the Pacific Fishery Management Council, conducted via webinar. This meeting is open to the public, and copies of the meeting agenda and other documents used by the council during this meeting are available on the council website. We encourage members of the public to testify and provide the council with their comments on any agenda item taken up by the council. In planning to testify, it is important for anyone wishing to testify to understand when the council will take public comment on a particular agenda item cannot always be accurately forecasted in advance. In particular, people should be aware that agenda items currently scheduled for the end of the day might be taken up the next day. Agenda items may also be moved up a day. Please note that the chat feature should be used for technical issues and not to make public comment. To comment on an agenda item, you must sign up on our electronic public comment portal available on the November Council meeting webpage. Note that it's a different method for this meeting as in the past. It'll be very similar to the written public comment submissions. After public comment has begun on an item, no more names will be taken to testify. Each person has one opportunity to testify on each agenda item. Testimony on behalf of another person not in attendance will only be allowed within the period allowed for the person in attendance. Generally, I will limit individual testimony to 5 minutes for individuals and 10 minutes for groups or individuals representing organizations. But let me provide this important caveat. Depending upon the number of public comments submitted for an agenda item and the time allotted to that agenda item, we may need to limit that time as we have very rarely done in the past. But we do need to try to keep to our schedule here while also allowing meaningful public comment. And let me also say that if you offer public comment on an agenda item under a different agenda item, you will not be allowed to repeat that same comment. You get one public comment per agenda item and cannot be repeated. Some agenda items may have several people wishing to testify, and if necessary, as I've said, I may limit the time available. We have a visual countdown timer that shows your remaining time allotment. Anyone wishing to include a presentation with their comment needs to submit presentations prior to 5 p.m. on the day before an agenda item is on the agenda. Documents need to be submitted to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Kraus. Please contact Chris Kleinschmidt or the Secretariat if you have any questions. Anyone wishing to include written electronic comments in support of your verbal testimony, please provide them in electronic format to Chris Kleinschmidt and Sandra Kraus prior to 5 p.m. on the day before the agenda item, and the comments will be made part of the official record of this meeting via the electronic portal. This meeting is being recorded and live streamed over the internet. Copies of the recordings will be available from the council website, or you may purchase audio recording copies from the meeting recorder, Mr. Craig Hess. Let me remind council members and others to speak directly into your microphones so that all can hear. Lastly, I ask that all council members and members of the audience turn off the sound ringers on their cell phones and mute your connection while the council meeting is in session. Thank you very much. And with that, I will turn to our executive director to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council members, as I call your name, please indicate your presence. Corey Niles.
Here.
Phil Anderson.
Here.
Annie Evanson.
Present.
Michael Clark.
Here.
Bob Dooley.
Here.
Mark Gorelnik.
I am here.
Dave Hansen.
Here.
Pete Hassemer.
Here.
David Hogan. Absent. Karen Braby.
Present.
Scott McGrew.
Here.
Virgil Moore.
Present.
Joe Oatman.
Here.
Brad Pettinger.
Here.
Butch Smith.
I am here.
Krista Svensson. Krista is not responding. I thought I saw her earlier, but I do see her
Her
listed
microphone
there.
is muted.
Krista, are you present?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan Wolf.
I'm here.
And John Ugoritz
Here.
and Louis Zim.
Here.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Chuck. Now that we have a quorum, I will we'll get started with the executive director's report. I'll turn right back to you to Chuck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the ED's report typically provides information on the informational reports, points of emphasis or updates on the proposed agenda, updates from the Council Coordination Committee, matters of interest not on the proposed agenda, and other matters associated with optimizing the council process. So we do have about 6 informational reports. First one is an FR notice on innovative technologies. Number 2 is a report on the aging and data preparation coordination meeting to support the groundfish stock assessment. So this is the meeting information from the SSC's meeting on that topic. Informational report 3 is development of a research and data needs database for use by the council. So this is a ongoing project, and this is just a report of the, again, from the SSC on the status of that, since that was not able to make the council agenda for this meeting. Supplemental informational report 4 is an announcement of request for information for aquaculture opportunity areas. Number 5 is a notice and request for comments on the HMS EFPs. And 6 is a status report of the 2020 ocean salmon fisheries off the coast of Washington, Oregon, California. So just a catch update. So those are the informational reports. A couple other things I wanted to mention here briefly. The public comment portal, as Mark mentioned, is we've now integrated that with our written public comment portal feature. So when you get there, you'll see, if you're used to submitting written public comment, you'll see an opportunity to sign up for oral public comment on that same site. So we'll be using that. Hopefully it will streamline things a bit. And then again, just as a reminder that as soon as public testimony starts, we will close the opportunity to sign up for that agenda item. So please be timely in signing up. And that is open now and will remain open for the remainder of the council meeting. And then the only other thing I wanted to bring up was the central subpopulation of northern anchovy court-ordered rulemaking. This is agenda item H3, scheduled for Wednesday, November 18th. At our September meeting, the plan was that we would put this on the agenda in anticipation of receiving a proposed rule for the council and its advisory bodies to take a look at and to comment on, provide comments on. We have not received that proposed rule has not been published yet. The SSC, who would be largely responsible for advising the council on the substance of that rule, did not have that in their possession during their meeting yesterday or today. So that was canceled off their agenda item, off of their agenda. And because there's just been no information available, I would suggest the council could consider canceling that off of the council's agenda item for Wednesday, November 18th. So that would be my recommendation, but that's up to the council to determine. So that concludes my report, and I will be happy to answer any questions there may be.
All right, thank you, Chuck. Are there any questions for Chuck on the executive director report? Keeping in mind, we'll come to a discussion of the detailed agenda next. I'm not seeing any hands, Chuck. Thanks very much. So why don't we go next to the November detailed agenda and see if there's a motion or discussion on our agenda so that we can adopt it and proceed with the balance of the meeting. Chuck has pointed out that the SSC has adjourned or will have adjourned prior to receiving the notice of the proposed rule. So if we were to leave it on the agenda, there would be no input from the SSC, which would typically be pretty important. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling with this one. As I understand it, the notice is expected to be published either on this day, the November 18th, but we had this scheduled, or Mr. Wolf indicated in a prior conversation that we might be able to get a look at it on Tuesday afternoon, and maybe that is the day it gets published. Can't remember exactly. But understanding that the way that this agenda item was originally envisioned was we would have that, we'd be able to develop comments, we would have the expertise that the SSC brought to the issue for us to possibly incorporate in our comments, and understanding that we won't have that opportunity now. But I'm also thinking that there might be some benefit in keeping it on the agenda and having Ryan or his designee walk through the new rule and identify in particular where the changes were made in response to the court's decision to vacate it. And so I think it might be a good informational piece for us, and whether or not we have any comments on it, we could ascertain that after we hear from NMFS, and it would also give the benefit of the public the opportunity to hear the explanation that NMFS would provide us and make any comment under the H3B public comment timeframe. So I'm a little bit torn. I do see some advantage in keeping it on, given that we're not going to be together again until March, and having a little bit of opportunity to have some give and take with NMFS after the rule comes out might be beneficial not only for us but the public.
All right, thanks. Thanks for that, Phil. John Ugoritz, followed by Ryan Wolf.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And following up on what Phil said, I'm concerned about keeping this on the agenda. We will not only be lacking input from the SSC, but it's highly unlikely we would have meaningful input from any of our advisory bodies if they receive the rule the day before. And even if they are meeting that day, would not have time to consider it, discuss it, and make a meaningful comment to the council. While the public may marginally benefit from hearing NMFS describe what they can read in print, I think that they and we would be at a disadvantage in not having time to have a reasoned approach to the discussion and a fully informed approach, having time to consider and digest what's there. So I don't think it's a good use of council time to keep it on the agenda.
Thank you, John. Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to offer some input here to help the discussion. I'm happy to defer to what the council wants on this. Of course, NMFS is very open, as we've stated, to getting council input on this. We tried very hard during a challenging time with the Federal Register to get this published as fast as we could. There's a very quick timeline on this from the court overall. I can confirm that the rule will file at 8:45 a.m. Eastern on the 17th, the day before. And at that point, it can be made available. So it will at least be available the full day before. It will formally publish in the Federal Register the day of the agenda item on the 18th. But so I'm not commenting on whether or not, on John's points, whether or not that gives the advisory bodies enough time. I just wanted the council for this discussion to be aware that the document will be available first thing in the morning on the 17th. And if council does choose to keep this agenda item open, per Mr. Anderson's comments, NMFS would of course be prepared to walk through the rule and especially highlighting any changes from the previous rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
This is Chuck. Just to let you know, Karen Braby is on, but I believe is an attendee, and she has a comment, and we're trying to get her promoted to a panelist, but haven't quite been able to do that yet. So would it be possible to allow Karen to speak as an attendee?
Sure. I thought Karen was in the chair for this, for A, B, and C today. So whatever you need to do to enable her, let's do it.
So she's been unable to connect by her phone. So I think
I just promoted her to panelist.
Oh,
so
she should, okay, great.
She should be with us now. Dr. Braby?
Yeah, I don't think we've got her yet. She needs to use her phone to call in, apparently.
Yeah, she's using an older version of Ring Central Meetings, and so she's using an older version. So let me see if there must be some other hands up. Corey Niles, why don't you take the floor here for a moment while we get Dr. Braby straightened away.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Maybe I could add a little bit to what Phil and John said, maybe by while buying you some time here to get Karen's comments. But I think I would say yeah, it doesn't feel great taking it off the agenda, or and along the lines of what John is saying, doesn't feel great expecting that we would have detailed, thorough comments like we would want to if we kept it on the agenda. Yeah, I appreciate what Ryan said there. I have no doubt that NMFS tried their best to get the rule out in time for the consideration we'd all like. This is a court-imposed timeline that it doesn't work well with our process. So I fully understand that they've had challenges there. But yeah, I would trust the council. Well, one, I would not, if the rule comes out early, the morning, the day before, I would not ask our management team to give thorough attention to it. We're not expecting SSC comment, but I guess my point here is I would trust the council to limit its discussion and comment otherwise, and I would trust that we would be able to do that while receiving information that from National Marine Fisheries Service would still be valuable, and yes, valuable for us, but also potentially for the public. So again, not feeling great either way. I would be leaning towards keeping it on the agenda.
And I think when we put
Mr.
this,
Chair,
are you with us?
I am with you on the phone only, still having problems. Apologies. But this is Karin from Oregon, and I agree with what Corey just said, and I've been able to follow the conversation. I would like to have the opportunity to hear about the rule and have public comment, even if we don't have the benefit of full advisory body comments on the published rule. I think that we should retain that.
Okay, I think that, when we put this on the agenda, we obviously anticipated a more robust, comprehensive discussion. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I might point out that if we don't have it on the agenda, we're most likely going to receive it in open comment anyway. So it might be best just to keep it on the agenda and have more informed comment when we get to that point. Thank you.
Chuck?
Mr. Chairman, I believe John Ugoretz has his hand up.
John, I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I disagree with Mr. Zim. I don't know what open public comment we could have on a rule that has not published. I'm also concerned that council members may be sort of misunderstanding our role here. This is a NOAA proposed rule that is court mandated. The council is not advising NOAA directly on preparation of this rule. We are simply commenting as another stakeholder in the process. And I, again, do not feel that the council should engage in that commentary before we've had time to adequately digest and understand the rule.
Thank you, John. Further discussion on the November agenda. Is there a motion? John. John Ugoretz?
Yes, I move that the council adopt the agenda with the exception of agenda item.
John, you muted yourself. We only got part of that motion.
Technical difficulties here.
Okay.
Sorry.
We'll just take it from the top.
Yes, thank you. I move that the council adopt the November agenda with the removal of agenda item H3.
Thank you, John. Is there a second? Pete Hassemer, seconding. Please speak to your motion as necessary.
Thank you. I think I've given the rationale behind my motion.
Thank you. Questions for the maker of the motion or discussion on the motion? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, John, for your explanation. I know that you're much closer to this subject than I am. And as I did point out, that if anybody feels they must comment on this, especially from the environmental groups, that they could comment in an open. So I'm prepared to take your advice and support this motion.
All right, further discussion on the motion. I'm not seeing any hands. Well, now I do. Corey Niles, followed by Brad Pettinger.
Sure, I will yield to Brad, but I was also gonna just ask if maybe it's my mistake here, but I'm not seeing any language on the screen, or maybe we don't do that this early in the meeting, but pointing that out, I will yield to Brad here.
Yeah, thank you, Corey. I'm kind of curious, is this, I mean, John's motion is to take it off the agenda. Phil mentioned making an informational agenda item, being the lack of the some of the advisory bodies. I'm just kind of curious if that's if that was going to be, if this would not go, if this would fail, would there be a motion to keep this information session?
Well, Brad, someone could move to amend to make it an informational item, but again, it would take someone to make that motion to amend. I don't know if Karin is able to engage with us yet. I see she's on the phone, so I don't know if she can raise her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am here and I am listening. I still feel like having an informational agenda item retained on the council's agenda is preferable. But if it is the will of the council to remove it, then so be it.
All right. Well, I'll.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think it's just a question of whether it's on the agenda or off. If it's on, the council can do with it as it pleases. They don't have to take the action described. They can defer if that's their preference, but I don't think we need to alter the agenda item. I think it's just a matter of whether it's on or off.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Phil Anderson.
Well, we're going to probably use up more time discussing whether we have it or not than that we would take by leaving it on, but notwithstanding that, I mean, I'm not going to break my pick off over this. I thought it would be informative for us all to have it explain the rule and the rationale for the changes that they made in response to the court's decision to vacate it, the other one, and just give people an opportunity to comment on it if that seems a poor use of council time by the members of the council, then I too will defer to your judgment. But I just did not see leaving this on here, giving Ryan an opportunity to provide us an overview and what the rationale for the changes were, giving the public an opportunity to make whatever comment they wanted on it, understanding that we're not going to hear anything from our management or from our advisory bodies, given the timing of the document coming out. But if they had something to say, they could. So I know that's not very helpful, but
well, thanks very much.
I don't know why we're making such a big deal of it.
Well, so rather than getting wrapped around the axle here, if there's no further discussion on this motion, I will call the question, and Corey Niles.
Well, I would thank you, Mr. Chair. I would defer to your recommendation here, but maybe the cleanest way would be to vote on an amendment. I would be willing to amend the motion to and maybe don't have the proper terminology there, but to adopt the agenda as is.
Well, I think where we are, based upon what Chuck has said, is we don't need an amendment. We either have it on the agenda or we don't. So if John Ugaritz's motion passes, we will drop it. If the motion does not pass, we'll have to entertain a further motion so we can move forward with this meeting. But my inclination is to call the question so we can move this process along. So unless there's any other discussion on John's motion, I will call the question. All those in favor of the motion, it's now on the screen. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
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 Without even calling for abstentions, I'm going to ask Chuck Tracy to do a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members, please voice your vote as I call your name. Mr. Ryan Wolf,
Abstain.
Joe Oatman,
Yes.
Corey Niles,
No.
Bob Dooley,
No.
Pete Hassemer,
Yes.
Karen Braby,
No.
Phil Anderson,
No.
Krista Svensson,
No.
Butch Smith,
No.
Virgil Moore,
Yes.
John Ugoretz,
Yes.
Brad Pettinger,
No.
Louis Zim,
Yes.
Mark Gorell. Oh, excuse me, Mark. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 yes and 7 no. So your vote will not change the motion. It fails. So we can entertain another motion now.
Okay, so Phil, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the council approve agenda item or November agenda as put forward in agenda item A4.
Is there a second? Seconded by Butch Smith. Please speak to your motion only as necessary.
Not necessary.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? Not seeing any hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, no.
No.
That was John Ugoretz with a no, I believe. Any abstentions? In the view of the chair, the motion passes. All right, so we have an agenda. And, but we should keep in mind that the scope of agenda item H3 is not going to be the same as we originally anticipated. And let's try to keep that in mind when that comes up on Wednesday. Any further discussion on the call to order, agenda item A? Not seeing any, we'll move on to open public comment. And I know that we have a presentation by Oceana and Jeff Chester. So let's get that queued up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so this agenda item, it does provide the opportunity for advisory bodies, management entities, and members of the public to submit comments to the council on matters that are not part of the scheduled meeting agenda. So these can be both written and oral testimony. We do, I believe, have 2 people signed up for this. So so at this point, we will move unless there's a report or a comment from a management entity and or advisory body, which I'm not aware of any submitted, but just to check around the table, maybe to see if there's any management entities with a comment.
Scott McGrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I did have one comment. I wanted to read a very brief statement. every year during the Coast Guard report, we talk about the Coast Guard assets assigned for both fisheries enforcement and search and rescue on the West Coast. And I just wanted to update the council on some changes to the Coast Guard's assets in the Pacific Northwest. The Coast Guard's 52-foot heavy weather motor lifeboat fleet has continuously operated as a mainstay of the 13th District's asset inventory for nearly 60 years. Homeported in Westport and Ilwaco, Washington, and Newport and Charleston, Oregon, the vessels and their crews have distinguished themselves for the noble purpose of saving lives and property in the tremendously harsh environment of the Pacific Northwest. Despite the best efforts of our station personnel, engineer officers, and asset managers at all levels of the Coast Guard, our operators have recently expressed concerns about the safety of operating the vessels, specifically regarding their ability to tow vessels or operate in surf or heavy weather. As a result, the 13th District Commander has determined that additional operational risk management measures must be put in place. Boat crews and station commands expressed significant concern about the safety of operating the 52-foot lifeboats in heavy seas and surf. These concerns stem primarily from issues with the electrical and steering systems. Multiple hulls have experienced generator failures while operating in or near surf conditions. And in other cases, the generators have failed in relatively calm conditions, but the failure occurred while the assets were towing heavily laden commercial fishing vessels. In addition to the challenges described, there is no escaping the fact that the 52-foot heavy weather fleet is 60 years old and lacks a number of modern safety systems and design elements. We have finally reached a point where the risk to our boat crews and maritime public outweighs the benefits of continued operation without first exhausting all other options and only with an express waiver from the 13th District Operational Commander, Rear Admiral Boat. The maritime community and public can rest assured that the Coast Guard is committed to responding to any and all cases of distress, just as we have always done. The 13th District will continue to direct the use of our 47-foot motor lifeboats, as well as our helicopters in Astoria, North Bend, and Newport, Oregon, as well as Port Angeles, Washington. And we continue to preserve the ability to respond to heavy weather surf conditions. In addition, other risk management strategies are actively being evaluated and employed as necessary to continue to serve the maritime community of the Pacific Northwest. And I'm happy to take any questions about that, but that's the statement that I had.
Thank you very much, Scott. And on behalf of the council, thanks for everything that the Coast Guard does to keep us safe out there. Butch Smith?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. And thank you, Scott, for your report. I'd just like to add a little bit to this. And I and others of the council have been working on this issue with Scott and others. But I just want to reiterate the importance of this asset. It's not purely just they can cover as best they can, but this asset here is the one that is built like a tank that can go out in multiple conditions and length to go get our bigger commercial boats should they be in need. Coming from Ilwaco, and then Westport and then other places, it's important that where we can, this council can support the need for upgrading these assets and replacing it with a boat of the same but modern or bigger, so we can go out and keep our commercial fishermen safe. These are boats that can go outside 50 and 60 miles and bring, the bigger fleet back, where 47, while being a good workhorse, has its limitations, as Scott maybe alluded to or didn't, but I know they do have their limitations. So as far as that, I support the United States Coast Guard and the men and women to give them the best access they can to make sure that we are safe and return back to harbor. So anyway, my support is for continuing to upgrade the 52-footer or replace. It sounds like we're getting to the end of its life cycle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Butch. Any other questions or comments on the public comment? Not seeing any. Thanks very much, Scott. Anything further from any management entities or advisory bodies? Not seeing any. So we'll go to public comment. There are 3 here. I'll take them in the order they appear on the screen. Mike Conroy, followed by Jeff Chester, followed by Melissa Mahoney. Mike?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Chair. Just ensuring you can hear me.
Yes.
Perfect. Mike Conroy on behalf of the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations. We are submitting this comment regarding increasing access for the open access groundfish sector north of 3727 North, Point Conception. Under agenda item C8, your future council meeting agenda and workload planning, we will be formally requesting the council direct the management team to analyze at least 2 options during the 2021 cycle designed to accomplish this. RCAs were created almost 2 decades ago, primarily to minimize incidental catch of overfished rockfish by eliminating fishing in areas at locations and at times when those overfished species are likely to co-occur with more healthy target stocks of groundfish. RCAs are large closed areas intended to protect overfished rockfish species. That's taken from the March 2008 SAFE document. Today, the need for RCAs is much less clear than it was when they were created, as no groundfish stocks are currently listed as overfished in the most recent NOAA list of overfishing and overfished stocks as of December 31st, 2019. Many commercial fishermen and women who participate in crab and or salmon as their primary fisheries need increased access to the RCA as a bridge fishery. Additionally, there are a number of harvesters that operate very small vessels who may fish rockfish as their primary fishery. Recent loss of opportunities in both salmon and crab fisheries have led to increased participation in the open access groundfish sector to augment revenue loss. Salmon seasons have been restricted due to low abundance of Klamath and Sacramento River salmon stocks. Crab seasons have experienced delays due to domoic acid, poor meat quality, and whale entanglements, or an increased risk of whale entanglements. In fact, this year's commercial California Dungeness crab fishery was delayed until at least December 1st in those areas which were scheduled to open on November 15th due to the high number of whales in those fishing zones. The long-term viability of our small businesses is uncertain, with continued loss of opportunity, likely in both fisheries. COVID-19 has added to the uncertainty with an estimated 60 to 70% loss of historic markets. The open access fishery is critical to the ongoing health of our membership and the port and harbors in which we operate. This fishery allows us to provide the highest quality product to our local communities. Additionally, open access fisheries typically result in a higher ex-vessel price, benefiting our small businesses, the businesses which are dependent on our operations, local processors, fuel docks, offloading stations, ice houses, etc., our local communities, and our ports and harbors. COVID-19 forced us to quickly adapt our business models to a major disruption in traditional supply chains. Our members are resilient, and while we surely took a hit, participation in the open access fishery was a necessary lifeline for many of our members, and one that can provide much needed flexibility and certainty in these highly uncertain times. We are encouraged by the results of the ongoing EFPs and hope that the data generated will provide a solid foundation for increasing opportunity. And concludes our letter. And I would also just like to compliment and thank the Coast Guard for all they do. I know that in the years that I spent both commercial fishing and running sport boats, we had many interactions with the Coast Guard, and I can honestly say not one of them was bad. And as Butch and everybody else said here, they deserve our applause and our thanks. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Mike. Are there any questions of Mike? Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you very much for that, Mike. I really appreciate the efforts of your organization to coordinate with other organizations in your area regarding this matter. And just wanted to ask you if you had a chance to talk to people south of 3427 Point Conception on this matter as well.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Zim. People south of Conception knew what we were doing. Our folks in Santa Barbara knew, and I think people in San Diego knew as well. Did I talk directly to them? No, but I think our letter was circulated far and wide, as you can plainly see.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Any further questions? Thank you very much, Mike. Next, Jeff Chester.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the council. This is Jeff Shester representing the conservation organization Oceana. I'm also a member of the California Dungeness Crab Fishing Gear Working Group and wanted to direct folks to the Oceana's new report about this issue of whale entanglements in our West Coast fisheries called Whale Safe Oceans, Preventing Entanglements off the U.S. West Coast. And our goal here is to prevent entanglements while supporting a vibrant fishing industry. So we produced
eliminating the threat.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was about to introduce a video that for you to play. This was narrated by Oceana advisor Alexandra Cousteau and summarizes some of the information in our report and some of the recent data from NOAA on whale entanglement. So if you wouldn't mind getting started and trying to see if we can make this video happen, that would be awesome.
Other fisheries throughout the world. Join Oceana to make our oceans a safer place for whales and sea turtles. Go to oceana.org/whalesafeoceans to learn more.
Yeah, I don't know whether if we're having technical difficulties, we can, I guess I can just summarize. Did you want to try playing the video or is that not going to happen?
We'll try to play it again here in just a second.
Here. These ocean animals struggle to survive. Recently, increasing numbers of whales have been entangled in fishing gear off the U.S. West Coast. Entanglements impact endangered species like humpback whales, blue whales, and Pacific leatherback sea turtles. Off the U.S. West Coast, the most commonly identified fishing gear entangling whales is Dungeness crab gear. A fishing line connects a metal trap resting on the seafloor to one or more buoys floating at the surface. Animals swimming by or feeding in the area can get tangled in the fishing line or surface buoys. The line can wrap around a whale's mouth, fluke, or pectoral fins. Once entangled, the whale can drag the fishing gear with it for months, hindering its ability to dive and feed. In some cases, whales can even become anchored by the gear. 75% of entanglements end in the slow death of the whale due to starvation or infection. But entanglements are avoidable. First, when there is increased risk of entanglements, fishery managers can temporarily close areas to conventional crab fishing. Second, innovative pop-up gear can allow for continued fishing while eliminating the threat of entanglement. Pop-up fishing systems stay connected to the traps on the ocean floor until an acoustic signal from a fishing boat triggers the release of a flotation device, sending the entire system to the surface so fishermen can retrieve the catch. Solutions like these may allow continued vibrant fisheries while protecting whales and sea turtles. And in the future, these innovations could protect animals from becoming entangled in other fisheries throughout the world. Join Oceana to make our oceans a safer place for whales and sea turtles. Go to oceana.org/whalesafeoceans to learn more.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your patience with the technology, and thank you, Sandra and Chris, for helping facilitate that video. I just wanted to also commend the states of Oregon, particularly the work of Karin Bravey here in the council, and California. Each state has recently adopted new commercial regulations on the Dungeness crab fishery to prevent entanglements, and also wanted to commend the U.S. Coast Guard and many others for helping contribute information and do aerial surveys to help support that work. We are encouraged to see the entanglement numbers go down in the last 2 seasons in California, in part due to season delays and time area closures. And as Mr. Conroy pointed out, fishermen did recommend a delay in the opener of the season that normally would have started November 15th in Central California. While most of the entanglements in pot gear have been related to state managed fisheries, this is relevant as there have been 4 humpback whale entanglements in federal sablefish pots since 2014 off the West Coast. So this is something that hopefully the council can continue to follow. And I also just lastly wanted to mention with respect to that pop-up or ropeless gear, this is something that is really, I think, something on the horizon. It's not something that is necessarily ready to go now. But I think like many of these gear innovations are going to take some work. We're planning this season to work with fishermen to try to test various pop-up gear systems. The California Ocean Protection Council has given a grant of $500,000 to the National Marine Sanctuary Foundation. And what we're hoping to do is get some of these systems fully operational, functional, and efficient, such that they could actually be used, and under the California regulations in particular, if they meet certain criteria and are authorized, could be used even during times when areas are closed due to high concentration of whales in the area. So again, we just wanted to mostly share this report and video, which is available on our website, with the council, just to keep you apprised of this important issue that does, I think, touch many of the fisheries that the council deals with, and share our goal of preventing these entanglements while promoting and encouraging continued sustainable fisheries off of our coast. Thank you very much, and be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Are there questions of Jeff? Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the video and your comments. Next, Melissa Mahoney.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, council members. I wanted to summarize for you a letter that I sent around on behalf of the Groundfish Electronic Monitoring Stakeholder Coalition, and just wanted to read it into the record since I was remiss in catching the briefing book deadline. So just wanted to recap here. There was an electronic monitoring program update at one point slated for this council meeting, and that agenda item was removed. Understandably, you have a lot of things to juggle, and so since that was removed, the community still wanted to request the council's attention on the need for consistently tracking the Groundfish EM program implementation and get clarity around the council process for working with NMFS and the stakeholders to resolve a number of remaining issues and challenges that have been identified in past GEMPAC meetings. So at this time, I just wanted to summarize 4 key questions or areas that we're actively seeking clarity and updates from the Northwest region staffers, and hoping the council that you will have this on your mind as well as you listen to various groundfish reports and or workload planning. So number 1, we would very much like to know, are the current EM EFPs approved or extended for 2021, and are those going to happen under the same conditions? What is the process of the EM program manual, the process and timeline for collaborative input over the next several months leading up to the regulatory implementation in January 2022? We'd like to know what is the process or the status of the bottom trawl EM rule and other rules related to the EM program. And finally, does NMFS have an updated schedule for meeting all actions needed to implement the EM regulatory program, including final rule publications and changes to the manual based on EFP results over the next year? As EM stakeholders and several of us who put together this letter are representatives on the GEMPAC, we would very much like to continue to collaborate with the council and with NMFS to revisit the EM guidelines and the manual over the next year to ensure effective implementation and uptake by the fleet in 2022. The guidelines and the manual detail some of the most important protocols that define key costs of the EM program, how video review will be conducted, the auditing protocols, etc. Those elements do need to be developed iteratively and collaboratively and should be based upon learning from the last 6 years of the EFPs, as well as any information that comes out of EFPs conducted over the next year. So finally, we request the council's attention to these items, and we hope that you will put an EM update on the agenda for the March 2021 meeting with at least one GEMPAC meeting preceding that meeting so that we can all get up to speed on EM and do some work on it. So thank you, and we look forward to hearing from both the chairs of the GEMPAC and NMFS leads on these items during the process of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa. Are there questions of Melissa on her public comment on electronic monitoring? I'm not seeing any. Thanks very much, Melissa.
Thank you.
Bob? Bob Dooley, I think you belatedly put your hand up.
I did. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I wasn't quick enough with the with my hand. I wanted to ask Melissa a question if there was still a possibility. If not, we can.
Well, if Melissa's still there, you can.
I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Melissa, on your item number 4, does NMFS have a schedule for meeting all actions needed to implement EM regulatory programs? Are you referring to also a council schedule, and if there needs to be rule changes to get it in effect by January 1st, 2022, and to get the EM program implemented by then? Are you also referring to backtracking the council schedule to understand what needs to be done should there need a rule, should there be any required rule changes? Is that what you're getting at?
Yes. If during the course of us looking at the manual or working with EFP participants on things like catch sorting, some of the new technologies that are being worked out, if things come up that require an amendment to the rules or something that would require a council process, then yes, it seems like the council would need to take some action in order to have those things be ready to go by January 2022, which really isn't that far if something did come up and it needed 2 or 3 meetings to go over. Hopefully we're past that point and we don't need to make any more amendments to the EM rule, but I wouldn't say that's impossible. So I think it's just a matter of all of us really staying on top of the EM program and how it's moving along and setting up this kind of transparent collaborative process to make sure that if there is something going on that the council needs to take action on and have a couple meeting process around, that we have the time for that.
Thanks, Melissa. I appreciate you coming forward with this item, and I think it's timely. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions of Melissa? All right. Thanks very much, Melissa. And that will take us to any council discussion as necessary under this agenda item. Not an action item, just an opportunity for discussion. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak a little bit about the multitude of submissions to the comment portal under the open comment agenda item, and just thank those individuals that took the time to provide us input. When you log on the Pacific Council's website, when you just first come to the homepage, there's a note posted that says the council is a transparent public process and urges folks to get involved Whether you are interested in fish because they're your livelihood, your joy, your food, or your job, we have a way for you to get involved. So I feel like folks are seeing us and beginning to engage, and just want to acknowledge the number of new names that we see among the open commenters for the November meeting. Want to thank those individuals and the small businesses that they represent from the communities of Crescent City, Eureka, Noyo Harbor, Bodega, Half Moon Bay, San Francisco, Santa Cruz, Moss Landing, Monterey, Morro Bay, Port San Luis, and the associations that these folks represent. PCFFA, the Santa Cruz Commercial Fishermen's Association, Moss Landings Fishermen's Association, Monterey Bay Fisheries Trust, the Bolinas Commercial Fishermen's Association, Crescent City Commercial Fishing Association, the Salmon Trollers Marketing Association, Port San Luis Commercial Fishing Association, and the Monterey Bay Fishermen's Market. So quite a wide range of businesses and geography and ports represented in these remarks. Just want to note the common theme that they've all brought to us, which is supporting increased access to the RCA. Many of the comments speak to interest in utilizing the new midwater limits that are now available to the open access sector by using non-bottom contact gear, such as that the gears that are approved for use under our 3 midwater EFPs. Comments that Mike Conroy made today and in the PCFFA letter speak to the need, the need to have open access opportunities as a lifeline, and providing us with needed flexibility for commercial fisheries that may be experiencing changes or loss of opportunity in other fisheries such as crab. How important it is for these open access opportunities to be available when they're needed. So just really want to thank all of the folks that commented, and I'm really looking forward to meeting those folks that I don't know yet that submitted comments. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Marcy. And as Mike Conroy pointed out, I guess we'll be perhaps visiting some of those issues a week from today during workload planning. So we'll pick that up then. Any further discussion on the public comments we've received either in the course of the meeting or any of the written public comments? We received 46 of them at the portal. Anything further on this agenda item? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment on Melissa Mahoney's concerns and the concerns of the group that signed on to that letter that she submitted, I think, to the council's members directly. Missed the date, but I believe that we need to think about this as the meeting goes on and understand how this could interact with our future workload planning. I seem to recall that that we had rule changes to the EM rules, and those needed to be final by our June meeting. And if it's a 3-meeting process, I think I understand that correctly, that puts us in March, that we have to take some action or at least begin our 3-meeting process. So I know she mentioned some GMTAC meetings and some interaction and understanding what the progress is. I'm also a little concerned that we seem to have not taken our foot off the accelerator a bit since we last visited this. I don't think the agency has. I hope they haven't. I think they have continued to work, but I don't think industry is privy to where we are. And I think that's what was reflected in their comments. So I would hope that we could, we will be taking this up, I'm sure, in workload planning, but we need to think about it. And I hope that the agency is thinking about, enlightening us to what the potentials are, and that we back plan and understand to put the proper things on the agenda as we go forward. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob, for that comment. Yes, I agree. This is something we'll need to discuss in a week. Anything further? All right, thank you very much. That completes agenda item B1. Do I see any other hands? I do not see any other hands. So we'll move on to agenda item C1, the CCC meeting report, the number of attachments in your briefing book. And I'm going to turn to Chuck to provide a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Council Coordination Committee annual meeting was hosted via webinar by the Western Pacific Fishery Management Council. Those dates were September 23rd and 24th. Meeting agendas in attachment 1. There is a Regional Fishery Council website that you can view all of the materials for this meeting and all the previous meetings. At that meeting, Mr. Mark Grelnick, our chair, Vice Chair Brad Pettinger, myself, Deputy Director Mike Berner attended on behalf of the council, and Mr. Ryan Wolf represented the National Marine Fisheries Service West Coast region. I believe we also had Kristen Cook there on behalf of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center. The CCC discussed a number of issues of national importance, including Executive Order 13921, the new NEPA regulations, and a new rule on council member financial disclosure and recusal. The regional councils have formed a CCC subcommittee to make recommendations to NMFS in developing guidance on the new NEPA rule, including determining and implementing the functional equivalency provision, which would establish guidelines to determine if and when Magnuson Act processes were functionally equivalent to the NEPA process, which has the potential to streamline our regulatory process here at the council. CCC formed has since formed a subcommittee to work with National Marine Fisheries Service on this issue. I am the chair of that committee. There's made up primarily of NEPA practitioners from the other regional councils, similar to Kit Dahl, who is our NEPA staff officer. Anyway, we will be this subcommittee be working with the NMFS working group, who will be setting up a workshop on this over the course of the winter and developing recommendations on functional equivalency, as well as other aspects of the rule, such as page limits and time constraints. The NEPA rule did put some time limits and page limit constraints on. We did just get notice that we got a 1-year extension on implementation of those provisions. So over the course of the next year, we should be we've got a waiver on that while we work through this process of revising the rule with National Marine Fisheries Service. I will note that the NOAA General Counsel will brief the council on the new recusal rule under the next agenda item. There's a number of other outcomes of the CCC meeting. I'm not going to go through them too much detail, but there's a news release in attachment 2. There are formal letters to Chris Oliver and other relevant parties under attachments 3 to 7. And then finally, I did want to also note that the Pacific Council will be coordinating CCC activities in 2021. It's our turn. So we will be hosting a 2021 CCC meeting, hopefully in person, October 19th to 21 in Monterey. We're working on confirming the venue now, but we've identified a hotel there in Monterey. And so that's our hope. There's another CCC meeting scheduled for May which will likely be a webinar, and typically National Marine Fisheries Service would host that if it were in person, but likely we will be quite involved with that. So that'll represent a little extra work for council staff and me in particular over the course of the next year. But that's my report. I don't know if there's other folks that attended the meeting that would like to speak to the meeting or the outcomes or the process, but now's an opportunity. But otherwise, I'm here to answer questions.
Thanks, Chuck. Brad, do you have anything to add?
Oh, not really. I'm good.
All right. Mike Berner? And I have nothing to add. That was pretty comprehensive. Let's see if there are any questions of Chuck from the floor. Corey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Chuck, for the overview. I'm curious if you might, if you had any more to elaborate on the NEPA, the new NEPA guidelines, regulations, and the manner in which the councils might provide input on that. Do you have any thoughts on prospects of that? What form it might take precisely?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Niles. Well, again, so National Marine Fisheries Service solicited this from the CCC solicited our cooperation or interest in working with their working group, and this is the manner they advise, and actually they were pretty specific in how we did that or what entity we developed. So it needed to be a subcommittee of the CCC. So that's how we established it. Again, we've got, it's basically staff from each council on the subcommittee. We will be assisting them in reviewing the new rule, looking at issues that need to be resolved or identified, identifying questions, and the primary, primary way this is going to kind of get resolved or get discussed will be this workshop that they are planning to host originally in December, but it looks like now it's going to be January or later. But that will bring together, so the NMFS working group is primarily their NEPA coordinators like Shelby Mendez, and those sorts of people around the regions, as well as headquarters staff. So anyway, it'll be a workshop for all those folks to get together, and so we'll be helping sort of structure the workshop, identifying questions and issues to be developed and participating in the workshop. And then probably have some role in writing up the results, which will go into development of a proposed rule or additional agency guidance. However, that latter step will be within the realm of National Marine Fisheries Service, and we won't be developing the rule. We'll just be working on the steps to get what needs to be in the rule. So that's the plan. We've had one organizational meeting of our subcommittee. We're the next step is reviewing the rule, developing questions, and identifying issues to be considered in the workshop.
Thanks, Chuck. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. I see Marcy has her hand up.
Yeah, nothing further from Corey. We'll go to Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chuck, for this overview and for including the letters that were submitted by the CCC to NMFS. You discussed the NEPA item in some detail, but I also wanted to note that CCC also requested, looks like another new work group on NS1 regarding data limited stock assessment methods. Also, the other letters speak to requests for additional NIMS coordination and briefings, specifically on the EO and aquaculture. So my question is, are we seeing an interest in the CCC or on the part of the CCC in doing more engagement kind of in advance of activities of the various regional councils? And does the Pacific Council have adequate staff support to support the activities of the CCC, kind of acknowledging this, what seems like quite a lot of interest on the part of CCC to do more work and engage more?
Yeah. Thanks, Marcy. Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
The CCC is always interested in issues of national importance. National Standard 1 guidelines, for example, are certainly something of national importance. However, so let me just use that as an example. It's a pretty good one. There is already a work group and a NMFS work group that is working on that issue. So that there were I think 3 work groups actually working on different National Standard 1 guideline revision issues. So this one, which is basically determining alternative approaches to managing and setting ACLs for fisheries. So there's a lot of interest, particularly in some other councils that don't have quite as good of data access and sampling programs that we do, to use some alternative approaches. Is how it's couched. So yeah, there is some interest in pursuing that by the CCC, and our council has has not opposed those. On the other hand, we have to look at each topic that comes up because they're not always as applicable to our region or as a priority issue to our region as they may be to others. So to the extent that we decide to participate in them, kind of depends on how they rank, within our own priorities. So, I guess that being said, to the extent that we can, we like to participate, but if it's a lower priority issue, we may elect not to. But I think in general, I don't think you're seeing any real change in the CCC wanting to get involved in things. I think this is something that comes up pretty much every year, is how to engage in some of these national level issues.
Thank you.
Marcy, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. I appreciate the explanation. That's very helpful.
Any further questions on the report of the CCC meeting? Not seeing any. Do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, we have no report from management entities or advisory bodies unless there's others around the table, and no public comment.
All right. That'll take us to any council discussion and guidance. So we've got a report from Chuck. There are, we have supplemental attachments in the briefing book. And with Phil's signature on behalf of our council.
We'll get that fixed.
Yeah, no, they obviously Phil holds a special place in Kitty's heart. Let's see if is there any council discussion or guidance. Phil Anderson.
I'm not sure it's in her heart.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. I'm not seeing any. I think that concludes this agenda item.
Louis Zim has his hand up.
Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to note and approve of the council's letter referring to aquaculture activities in our great nation, and reaffirming the interests of the councils in this matter, and I thank them for that.
All right. Thank you, Louis. Let me make one more last call for council discussion and guidance on this agenda item. Louis, is your hand still up? Okay. Anything further? All right. Thank you very much. That concludes agenda item C1. Would take us to C2, but I think we're running okay on time. So I think we'll take a break here until 10:40, and then we'll pick up with the NMFS report. So we'll see you back here in 13 minutes. All right, we'll get started in a moment here. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are going to get started here on agenda item C2, the NMFS report. My understanding is that Ryan Wolf is in the chair for NMFS, so I will turn to Ryan.
Actually, Barry Thumb is in the chair.
Okay, then I have misunderstood a note I received. Barry Tom, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And one, just testing that you can hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Yeah, so I wanted to take a little bit of time over the past couple of years. We've taken some time at the November meeting to talk about the National Marine Fisheries Service's West Coast region's priorities. So I wanted to go through that today with a little bit different spin, given the interesting year we have had. So I'm hoping there is a PowerPoint presentation that Sandra is able to pull up called West Coast Region Update. There it is. Okay, I'll just jump right in, and then hopefully we'll have some time for questions from the council. So next slide, Sandra. So, you know, it goes without saying, we all know that this has been one of the most tumultuous and challenging years in recent memory, and for some, perhaps their lifetimes. But we've been navigating those challenges at every scale. We've got a global pandemic we're dealing with, but it's not just global. It affects us nationally, it affects us locally, it's affected our families, and it's affected us all personally in terms of how we work and live in the Northwest and the West Coast. You know, nevertheless, we're here today attending I think it's our 4th virtual council meeting. I can remember back in March, you know, talking to Chuck Tracy, and when the idea of a virtual meeting was a very remote possibility, and now look at where we are. And I think really just thanks to council staff for their extraordinary efforts and problem solving to actually make these meetings happen and make them technologically feasible. And I'm sure it's countless hours behind the scenes to just make and keep all of this running and moving forward. I also want to take just a moment and deeply acknowledge the tremendous way everyone has adapted and navigated the relentless onslaught of events over time. I think we've all just been incredibly challenged. You know, no fisheries in the West Coast region, we've been doing our best to support all of you, knowing the many hardships the industry has faced and endured over this unprecedented year. And I am truly impressed with the speed with which we've all personally and organizationally adapted, despite all those bumps in the road. And despite it all, this year we have completed or kept moving on some key actions important to the council that were some of our region's highest priorities moving forward. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time today to touch on those accomplishments, but also spend some time looking at our priorities moving forward, intermixed with some of the challenges we face, you know, in sort of the context of 2021 moving forward. Next slide. So I'm highlighting a few of the key fisheries related accomplishments on the slide here, and I'll just recognize that they aren't just our regional accomplishments, they're really yours too, because they all involve working closely with the council, with the industry and the state and tribal co-managers, trying to address our shared priorities moving forward. You know, it seems so long ago, but last fall we actually took final action and got the regulations out to the changes in essential fish habitat for the groundfish fishery, reopened a lot of historic fishing grounds, but also protected a substantial amount of the West Coast habitat as well. We've been continually trying to look for flexibilities over this past years as we faced the pandemic and the new health measures, trying to implement emergency actions coming out of the council, adjusting in-season actions to try to keep boats on the water and keep us all the way into this fall period. I'll highlight, you know, we did agree to move forward with a delay of electronic monitoring into 2022 to give the industry and the council more time to look at some of the third-party components. I'll take just a moment to say we have secured funding from NMFS leadership for $400,000 to continue the video review into 2021. That came from unused survey funds that were not used this year. Everybody's aware of some of the survey challenges we faced, but we have secured an additional 1 year of funding to move that program forward, which I think is good news. A couple other things that have been key. One, southern resident killer whales, a couple things going on there. We were able to complete the consultation this past spring, and there's some key council actions to be taken at this meeting that will help move us forward to get a consultation in place, a long-term consultation in place by the spring of next year. There's a lot of work out of that council work group process over this past year leading up to that effort. We've got a lot of other regional accomplishments that I'm very proud of and proud of our staff for completing, especially this year, given all the constraints and challenges. We did include and forward on our region's 2020 accomplishments document, so everybody should be able to check that out. I'll highlight, there were some just really critical, important ESA consultations and partnership agreements that were completed this year to help conserve salmon. We were able to expedite our Marine Mammal Protection Act Section 120 pinniped predation permits to the states of Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and the tribes so that they can expand those pinniped reduction efforts as needed. And we've made some real key successes and advances on reintroduction, like winter run salmon in the Sacramento River and Battle Creek, just to name a few. Next slide. So as we look at how to go forward with the challenges for this year, I think we're experiencing some very real workload challenges that we need to be mindful of, and it really relates to how we handle both the number and timing of actions moving forward. Those challenges are hitting us in the very near term, as well as the long term. So I will highlight in the near term, with the recent election and moving forward with the change in administrations, we're going to be really challenged in getting actions through over the next couple of months to the Federal Register. We've been notified that the Federal Register is about a month and a half behind on major actions, and there's always a backlog of actions where they stop actions coming into the Federal Register so that they can actually guarantee that they can publish by the January 20th transition date. So that is going to be, so we're going to have to be very clear and in terms of our few priorities that we can get forward that we need to go forward by the end of this year. At the same time, we've been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic and how to deal with that and the challenges from a workload and the workload capacity and our staffing challenges. That shift in family situations for many staff led to reduced capacity for the foreseeable future. We estimate that most staff within the West Coast region are operating at probably 50 to 75% capacity, and they have higher workload trying to address some of these emergency actions and other things coming through the system. So my message to you today is a bit about slowing down that incoming workload so that NMFS has some time to engage on the actions that you would like to carry forward. One of the challenges is moving forward or getting too far ahead on new actions without NMFS staff being able to engage is both going to be inefficient and frustrating for everybody involved. And if we have to only come in late in the process or late into those discussions, there's a potential that we're going to raise issues that are going to require the council to revisit those past determinations, revisit the actions, and potentially delay implementation. So next slide. So when we do work together, and I think this is really the message in trying to work through with this presentation, but when we do work together, the process and implementation is more efficient. We do know, things are constantly evolving. We can continually visit the workload and priorities throughout the year. And when our capacity changes, if we are able to increase capacity over time, we can contemplate new actions. But for now, though, we've taken a hard look at what the region can do. And that's where I think we're going to really talk about share these 2021 regional priorities, which would cover the actions under all of our authorities and mandates. Next slide. So I'm going to do the priorities in a couple different ways. One, talk about the broader West Coast region priorities to start with, and then I'll drill down into the sustainable fisheries priorities and key actions. So this slide talks about our key regional priorities. There's also a 2021 priorities document that we've distributed that has a broader suite of priorities across the West Coast region. The first four with the blue arrows are our council-related ones that are our high priorities across the region. We also have another list of council-related actions that I'll talk about just in a few minutes as we drill down into more detail. Given those challenges, we're going to be focusing on sort of the must-dos and ensuring the things that must get done, get done. Things that I think, hopefully these aren't a surprise to you, but advancing the buoy gear fishery authorization is a critical piece. focusing on all the fisheries specifications rules, basically making sure that people can keep fishing, that we've got those basic rules in place. Continuing to work with the International Regional Fishery Management Organizations, IETTC, to continue to advance both bluefin rebuilding and tropical tuna management over the next couple months as we go through that annual process. And I think you're well, on the salmon FMP side of things, both finishing up the Amendment 20 regulatory process and the timing changes there, as well as focusing on the killer whale consultation and completing that consultation on the FMP in the spring of this next upcoming year. We've also got some key conservation partnerships we hope to complete in the next few weeks, focused on habitat conservation plans and safe harbor agreements. And we'll continue a focus on reducing our hatchery and genetic management plan backlog and continual work there. I do want to highlight the organizational excellence component. This is really focusing on our people, both on maintaining and fostering a truly inclusive work environment for all of our staff, but it's also about just supporting our people and working on that work-life balance so that they can be resilient over the long term, especially in these challenging times. I can't underestimate enough the pressures that people have faced, given the workload, given dealing with the family and workload situations. Personally, we've lost a couple of our key staff, given those workload challenges and given those pressures, and I'm trying to prevent that future, and we are trying to balance this because we do want to maintain the long-term resiliency of the region and the council process so that we can continue and rebound back as quickly as possible when we get through this. Next slide. So as I drove further into the specific Sustainable Fisheries Division priorities for the year, I want to highlight some of those factors we're using in that prioritization, given these challenges we're facing in workload capacity and how we're prioritizing moving forward. And I'll just highlight those. One, it's those things that are really related to litigation that we're involved in or addressing. Two, those that are required by statute or regulation. And three, there's those broad mission critical activities, like I said, just reemphasizing keeping boats on the water, keeping things fishing moving forward. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, some of these first set of council-related priority actions are on our top West Coast region priorities for the year, like the specs, authorizing the deep set buoy gear, and working with IETTC and the regional fishery management organizations. There's also a couple others on here, the whiting treaty, the whiting specifications and reapportionment, the electronic monitoring bottom trawl rule and cleanup rule package. I know that came up in earlier public comments. We are continuing to work on that. And move that program forward so that we're set up as best as possible for 2022 implementation. And we'll continue with the existing EFPs and moving those forward. The next slide highlights our litigation-related actions that we're dealing with. And most, like I said, these shouldn't be a surprise to the council as well. The drift gillnet hard caps rule, in response to that, which I know is on this council meeting agenda, the Southern Resident Killer Whale actions and related to the biological opinion moving forward, staying engaged with the SONC coho harvest control rule and the long-line EFP litigation. And I also know it came up earlier in the council agenda, the discussion about the anchovy rule that we're currently moving forward with right now. And then lastly, the last set of actions here is required by statute and regulations. And so some of these are ESA related and other in-season things that we're moving forward on, maintaining the HMS Observer program, working on the electronic monitoring manual guidelines and third-party provider applications, as well as that overall program setup. And some of the other actions that we have, like the Paperwork Reduction Act renewals that we have to keep our regulatory process in place. So next slide. So in summary, I just want to highlight, we've gotten through this extraordinary year, but we aren't through the rough waters just yet. We're still navigating, we're still trying to get through this. We also have the change in administration that we need to work through over the next few months in moving forward. So we really do need to be mindful as we go into 2020 that we do have serious workload challenges. We need to be cognizant between NMFS and the council family to monitor and to regulate that timing of a number of incoming actions that are going into the system. We aren't likely going to have new resources or resources for new council actions in probably fall of 2021, just looks like based on where we are. So you will likely see delays on rulemakings for prior council actions and limited to no engagement on council priority actions in the near term. That being said, there's still a lot on our plate, and we will get to the highest priority work done. And it is imperative that in these extremely challenging times that we continue to maintain the relationships and work closely together and engage frequently and as early as possible to be as efficient as possible moving forward. Last slide. So lastly, I just want to thank you for your time. I have always felt that NMFS and the council have had a great working relationship, and this has allowed us to do some really, truly extraordinary things together and really serve as a model for sustainable fisheries management nationally. And given that close relationship and trust and the strength of our partnership, we've been able to navigate this difficult year with some real successes that I mentioned earlier. We do still have more ahead. I'm confident that we continue to keep the lines of communication open. We'll be able to make good decisions together within the constraints that we face. So I'm hoping, we can hear your thoughts about what I've covered, the things on the region's plate and how we're prioritizing, and see if that aligns with the council's priorities or if they differ from what I've mentioned, how we can actually work together to line those things up to make sure that that workload isn't overwhelming on one side or the other, and that we can get those highest priority actions moving forward. And with that, I will stop and open it up turn back to you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Barry. Are there any questions for Barry, keeping in mind we'll have discussion later in this agenda item? Dr. Bravey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Barry, for your presentation and words, and appreciation from all of us for your leadership in keeping the wheels on the bus, so to speak, as we all are trying our best to do. I didn't hear you speak specifically to the trawl survey, and I understand that will likely come up under groundfish, but wanted to hear if you had thoughts at this juncture about NMFS's ability to maintain some of those long-term data sets and continue surveys.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Bravey. And I know there is a lot of discussion and work going on to get the surveys back in place for 2021. But those surveys, I will just highlight, are handled by our Northwest and Southwest Fisheries Science Centers. And so Dr. Werner or Kristen Cook will probably be the best ones to answer those. And I don't know if it's possible to potentially answer those later if they are available.
Yeah, I do think we're going to have some comments from the Science Center, if my notes are correct. So why don't we see if there are any further questions on Mr. Thom's presentation here. Karin?
Not from me. I'll lower my hand. Thank you.
All right. Not seeing any hands.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chuck.
Yes, Chuck.
I've got a question. I don't have a hand, but I've got a question. Thanks, Barry. I do really appreciate you taking time to come and talk to us. I think communicating these priorities and accomplishments is really valuable, and so thank you for that. I just had maybe one specific question. I couldn't quite ferret out from the slides, and that is the where the halibut transition item falls in your priority list, whether that's when you'll be able to put some resources toward in the first part of the year, or if that one's going to have to be put off. Maybe you haven't got that level of detail, but I just thought I'd see how you would respond to that.
Yeah, thank you, Chuck. I think from our initial conversations we've had on that, and I would say initial, probably not locked in stone necessarily, but given our workload, the halibut transition piece is probably one of those things we need to consider delaying potentially into the future, moving forward as a lower priority. Not critical that we have to do it, but something nice to do that we're in favor of moving forward on, but probably over a longer time period.
Anything further, Chuck?
No, thank you.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Barry. Not to repeat what Karin said, but just wanted to thank Barry for you and your staff. I mean, there's been rarely a time in my time around the council where workload hasn't been a concern, but we've appreciated keeping the dialogue open and being open and transparent about capacity. And so I just want to thank your staff and express hope that we continue to do that continually as conditions change. And it really is that dialogue that is important to keep having, so folks are aware of what's possible. And yeah, it's frustrating to not be able to do everything we would like to be doing, but certainly understand the circumstances. And yeah, thank you again for the communication.
All right, I think that Joe Oatman.
Eric, can you hear me okay?
If you could speak up a bit, that'd be preferred. It's a bit soft.
Okay. Thank you, Barry, for the information that you provided to the council. I know in previous presentations that you had provided, you spoke fairly directly to NOAA's need to support federal tribal treaty and trust obligations that you have to the tribes who are associated with the council. I do recognize that in some of your comments, you did note, some of the priorities involve tribal co-managers. You provide some additional examples on the Southern Resident Killer Whale and ESA consultation process, the permits for pinniped reduction efforts that involves Columbia River Treaty tribes, as well as the Sank Coho harvest control rule, as well as other 2021 priorities that you had identified. And so I take that to indicate that NOAA will be continuing to uphold treaty and trust obligations, and that those are priorities for NOAA fisheries into 2021. So I just wanted to confirm that was the intent.
Barry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Oatman. And yeah, on our the PDF priorities document, I think we highlight that. We took a little bit different approach this year to highlight actions across the region where there's an interaction where we're supporting tribal treaty rights moving forward, and just confirming that it's, as opposed to pulling out a specific category, really highlighting that it's integrally woven into many of our broader regional priorities in that interaction. So thanks for highlighting that.
Thank you, Barry, and do appreciate the leadership that you provide, as well as those who work for you in NOAA Fisheries, and we appreciate the ability to engage on those matters. Thank you.
All right, are there any further questions of Barry on the NMFS presentation or report 1 and 2 in the briefing book? Not seeing any. Thanks, Barry. Are we going to go to the science centers next? Barry?
Yes, sir. I think that is the plan.
All right. Do you want to call on your folks?
Yeah, and I think I will turn it over to Ryan if he can, to work through the rest of the agenda if he can.
All right, that's fair enough. Ryan?
Thank you, Chair. I think we have both Kevin Warner and Kristen Cook ready to speak under the agenda item for the centers.
All right, let's go north to south. Dr. Warner?
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. My name is Kevin Warner. I'm the director of the Northwest Fisheries Science Center. It's great to hear all your voices. I'm going to read just a short report on our survey status, similar to what we have done over the past few meetings. We're interested in keeping you all up to speed on what we're doing. So I'll just jump into that. As we reported in prior meetings, all of our groundfish surveys this year in 2020 were canceled. The Northern California Current Cruise, the ecosystem survey that we do in collaboration with Oregon State University, that was successfully completed in September of this year. Looking ahead to 2021, our teams are diligently researching and planning ways to ensure our surveys are accomplished next year. We continue to research and plan safety and travel protocols, contingency plans, staffing options, and contract options where necessary for all surveys, and maintain steady progress on gear readiness. We are also working closely with our assessment team to identify data collection contingencies. For next year, the groundfish surveys planned for 2021 include the West Coast Groundfish Bottom Trawl Survey, the 2021 Southern California Rockfish Hook and Line Survey, and the 2021 Joint U.S. and Canadian Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Cape Acoustic Trawl Survey. Since the last council meeting, we confirmed that we have the required days at sea on the NOAA ship Shimada for the Joint U.S.-Canada Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Cape Acoustic Trawl Survey. We are also exploring potential collaborations with the Southwest Fisheries Science Center during this survey. The Northwest Fisheries Science Center also plans to conduct our typical 3 Northern California current ecosystem surveys in 2021, as well as assorted other smaller surveys and field operations. Once details are finalized, we can post that information on our website and share that information with the council. Although we would note that a variety of factors could force changes before and during these surveys as we get closer into those surveys. Finally, I just want to note that, as I've noted in previous meetings, we welcome discussion on our surveys, both inside and outside of the council meetings. We're willing to talk to anybody, anywhere. And that is my report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Dr. Werner? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, thank you so much for the report. It's a great one, pretty complete there. I just have a question on the surveys. It appears our, COVID seems to be rising again and very likely to be in the same position next year, notwithstanding a vaccine, but that we were this year. Have you taken measures that are different from what you did this year to ensure we can get those surveys on the water and the Shimada on the water and all the surveys functional? If the conditions are the same as last year, what have you done differently? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Dooley, through the chair. Yes, we're at this point planning on 2021 looking a lot like 2020 in terms of the pandemic. We are looking at, we're actually pretty far down this path of looking at ways to do these surveys in a pandemic setting. We have experience that we didn't have last year. We have, frankly, we have time on our side as well. So we are planning to move forward in a pandemic posture for these surveys. I could go on and on. But maybe I'll just mention that, as one, for example, the Office of Marine and Aviation Operations for the agency, NOAA, has developed a fairly comprehensive set of protocols. They've been successful in getting NOAA ships out recently during the pandemic. So that is one set of experiences that I'm referring to when I say we know more now than we did a year ago, and I think we're in a better position. That said, there's no guarantees in this business, of course, and we'll have to see how the year pans out.
One follow-up, if I could, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, Kevin, thank you. That's a good answer. I appreciate that. I'm also curious. We heard, I think, last time we spoke about the difference in the larger ships that are actually operated by a different section of the government, and I wanted to know have you made those arrangements between them that they are on board with this too, so we don't have a potential roadblock that we haven't anticipated?
Yeah, thank you for the follow-up question. Yeah, so that different part of the government, I believe you're referring to, is the Office of Marine Aviation Operations within NOAA. For the Northwest Fisheries Science Center, we use the NOAA ship Shimada, which is one of their ships for the Hake survey that I mentioned, as well as the Northern California Current survey. We have secured the ship time for those surveys on the planning schedule. We're in, I think, fairly close contact with them in terms of the protocols that they have, and working, with our folks to make sure we understand those protocols and are planning around those protocols and are taking the necessary precautions and actions needed to make those two sets of surveys work next year.
Thanks so much. Great. I appreciate it. That's all I have.
All right. Thanks, Bob. Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Kevin, for the report. Good to hear your voice. I received an update from the North Pacific Council's October meeting, and one of the key points that was conveyed was that the council heard a NMFS commitment to conduct the full suite of surveys in 2021 and discussions of how to account for the missing surveys in 2020. I assume they gave that commitment with the same kind of caveats that are surrounding what you are telling us about the 3 surveys here off the West Coast. But I was also wondering if there was work ongoing or contemplated in terms of how to account for the missing survey data from 2020.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Mr. Anderson, and through the chair. Yes, our survey teams are working closely with our stock assessment team to understand the gaps in data collection. And for us, the council will recall that in 2019, we had to curtail the groundfish survey because of budgetary constraints. We have that gap as well. So we've been working across the center between the survey teams and the stock assessment team, for the last year and a half, really, to understand these gaps and to do what we can to field future data collection efforts that will fill the gaps that we have to the best of our ability. Obviously, it's not perfect. We can't go back in time and collect data from last year or the year before. But I do feel that we have a pretty good understanding of those data gaps, and we're doing what we can to fill them in. I'm happy to, if there's more detailed questions on that, I'm happy to connect with our stock assessment team, and we can share much more detailed information than I have at my fingertips right here.
Bob, is that okay?
That was Phil, and yeah, that's
Phil,
okay.
I'm sorry. You have a follow-up, or do we have further input coming?
I appreciate the response. Thank you.
All right. Anything further for Dr. Werner? All right. Kristen Cook.
Hi, thanks, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the council. It's great to be back with everyone here. I miss our in-person meetings, but I guess this is second best. So I'm also happy that Dr. Werner always gets the hard questions here on surveys. So I'm always happy that he gets to go first. So I will, like Kevin, give a brief update on our survey situation. So as you all know, we were also unable to conduct our planned fisheries and cow coffee surveys aboard NOAA vessels in 2020. The center was also unable to participate in two of our 4 cow coffee cruises aboard UNOLS vessels this year. We were able to complete a reduced juvenile rockfish survey on a charter vessel. For 2021, the center has an extensive ship survey schedule planned that includes 5 surveys with a total of 204 days at sea. So let me just run through those as Kevin did just briefly. Our winter cow coffee cruise aboard the NOAA ship Reuben Lasker is scheduled to run mid-January through early February. The spring CPS survey, coastal pelagic survey, is scheduled aboard the Lasker from third week of March through mid-April, and is currently planned to complete a daily egg production model acoustic trawl method survey for the central population of northern anchovy. The spring cow coffee survey is scheduled aboard the NOAA ship Shimada from third week of March through mid-April. Juvenile rockfish is scheduled aboard Lasker from late April through June 22nd. And finally, the summer 2021 Coastal Pelagic Survey, aka the California Current Ecosystem Survey, is scheduled for 86 days on the Lasker to occur third week of July through mid-October. The CPS survey we're in the early planning stages of that, and it may involve collaborations, as Kevin said, with the 2021 Integrated Ecosystem and Pacific Hake Acoustic Trawl Survey. So we are having discussions between the two centers on that. We are also planning for it to be run in conjunction with nearshore sampling conducted by the fishing industry. And the Southwest Center also plans to reach out to our colleagues in Mexico to attempt sampling CPS in Mexican waters. So that's our plan for 2021, as has been noted a couple of times here. The future in 2021 is fairly uncertain. There are always surprises that can come up, but those are the surveys that are planned and time allocated on the NOAA ships to conduct. I am taking a whole center approach to our surveys this year. That is, I'm putting this out there. In fact, I have an all hands meeting later today where I'm going to be talking about the importance of surveys to our mission and really sort of taking the opportunity of our unique situation this year to solicit interest on behalf of our employees to go to sea this year. So I'm putting a big emphasis on it this year, but as Kevin noted and others have noted, there are a lot of uncertainties here. We are working with NOAA's Office of Marine Aviation and Operations to do the best we can. There have been, just in addition to what Kevin said, there have been a number of additions made to the protocols that OMAO is using. And so I'm hoping that, in addition to just the general knowledge that we've gained on this virus and how to conduct operations safely, that we are able to get back out on the water this year. So that concludes my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Kristen. Louis Zim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that report, Kristen. It's always really good to hear about the enthusiasm of your folks to go to sea, having spent many years at sea with them. Particularly interested in reaching out to your Mexican colleagues, and have you had any indication on whether they've been able to run the Puma and their other research ships through this past year?
So I don't have specifics on there. Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Zim, for the question. I don't have specifics on that to date. I know we have engaged them. We had a recent science bilateral with Mexico about 6 weeks ago or so, where they did commit to discussions with us on CPS. They also have a similar vessel as the Lasker in their waters, which for a number of years was over on the Gulf of Mexico side, but they've brought it back to the Pacific side. And so we hold out a lot of hope that we can get some collaboration going there with Mexico. It's pardon me. It's never been an easy. Sorry about that. It's never been an easy thing to do, to collaborate with Mexico. There are a number of barriers there, but we're going to have a go at it again this year and see what we can get done.
Thank you. Through the chair, just I really appreciate that. It is always a challenge working with Mexico, but in the number of years that I did it, I found it very rewarding. And they've got some great folks down there. It's just a matter of aligning all the stars to work with the State Department, et cetera. Thank you.
Any further questions of the Southwest Fisheries Science Center? Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the report. Kristen, in your opening remarks, you mentioned you were able to complete a juvenile rockfish trip this year that was a somewhat modified version of the normal survey plan. Thank you for that. And I'm wondering if you can tell me if the results from that survey will be incorporated into any of the upcoming groundfish stock assessments this biennium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Mr. Yarenko for the question. So the modified survey was actually quite modified this year. So first of all, we had a number of, it was very reduced in terms of number of days that we were able to get out of the water. We also had a charter vessel do that survey in lieu of a NOAA vessel. It was a charter vessel that did not have a lot of experience in this realm, so we had to do a bit of training, and our own scientists were not able to actually be aboard the vessel when they collected data. So there were a lot of dependencies there. In terms of the data being used in stock assessment, we do not typically use, this is a survey that's used to develop indexes for juvenile rockfish. We do not typically use those data directly in stock assessment. So similar to previous years, we won't be using it this year either as well. At least for that, for stock assessments directly.
Thanks. Anything further, Marcy?
No, thank you very much. Appreciate the response.
Any further questions from around the table? Thank you very much, Kristen.
Thank you.
And I think next we will go to Maggie Smith for a presentation from NOAA General Counsel.
Thank you, Chair Gerlnick. I am going to be presenting today on the Magnuson-Stevens Act financial disclosure and recusal requirements. This presentation will give an overview of those requirements with a particular emphasis on how the recent new rulemaking by NMFS has changed some of those requirements. So things are a bit different now that the final rule has been published. So next slide, Sandra. All right, so first of all, just as background, the recusal requirements and financial disclosure requirements come from the Magnuson-Stevens Act itself in Section 302J, which require affected individuals to disclose relevant financial interest and recuse themselves from voting on council decisions that have a significant and predictable effect on the individual's financial interests. Next slide. So who are affected individuals? So for the Pacific Council, affected individuals are appointed members and in some instances, the tribal representative. Affected individuals do not include the NMFS representative or the state officials who are governed by their own disclosure and recusal requirements. Next slide. So just, to kind of step back and look at financial disclosure in itself, why is this requirement here? It's a really critical component of the council system and how the Magnuson Act works. It provides important information on background and financial interest in the fisheries managed by the council, and it is what satisfies the Magnuson-Stevens Act requirements and allows council members to participate in and vote on fishery matters that would otherwise present a conflict of interest. Next slide. So what financial interests must be disclosed? All of the appointed members are familiar with the financial disclosure form that's provided that gets at these questions, and that these are publicly available. But in broad strokes, the financial interests that must be disclosed are those that involve ownership in or employment with any company engaged in harvesting, processing, lobbying, advocacy, or marketing activity in any fishery under the jurisdiction of the council. It also includes employment with or service as an officer, director, or trustee of an association or organization that represents such participants in the fisheries, and entities that participate in the fisheries that are owned by you, your employer or your company. Next slide. So whose financial interest must be disclosed? This requirement is for council member's spouse, minor child, or partner, and any organization in which that person serves as an officer, director, trustee, partner, or employee. Next slide. So I just wanted to highlight this, it is within 45 days of taking office and annually by February 1st. And in addition, there's a requirement that an affected individual update their financial disclosure form within 30 days if there's any change, and that is an obligation that is on the affected individual. Next slide. So when is recusal from voting required? Under the Act, it is when a council decision would have a significant and predictable effect on a financial interest required to be disclosed. Next slide. So what is a significant and predictable effect? It is a close causal link between the council decision and an expected and substantially disproportionate benefit to the individual's financial interest relative to the financial interests of other participants in the same year, type, or sector of the fishery. So quite a technical and long definition. Next slide. So here's how we generally would approach that, that standard. Step one, is there a council decision? Step two, is there a council member with a financial interest in the fishery who's affected by the council's action? Three, is there a close causal link between the council decision and the council member's financial interests? And step four, is there an expected and substantially disproportionate benefit to the council member's financial interests? The answer to all of these has to be yes. If the answer to any is no, then there's no recusal. And it's really step 3 and 4 that were the focus of the new rulemaking. Step 1 and step 2 are generally unchanged. Next slide. All right, so first, council decision. I think this is sort of an important point because it is a relatively narrow definition, which has been in place for a long time. It's approval of an FMP or FMP amendment, request for changes to regulations implementing an FMP, a finding that a fishery emergency exists, and comments to the secretary or secretarial FMPs or FMP amendments. So this is just sort of, one segment of the kind of votes that the council takes. So recusal under section 302 doesn't apply to every vote of the council. Next slide. The second is a close causal link requirement. So this is where the regulations offered a definition that didn't exist before. And I will say that the regulations are pretty detailed, and I'm going to try to keep things at a relatively high level. There is more detail in the regulations if you're interested in looking. They are in the briefing book. But in general, a close causal link is now defined to mean that a council decision would reasonably be expected to directly impact or affect the financial interests of an affected individual. Next slide. So the next step is an expected and substantially disproportionate benefit. So this is defined as a positive or negative impact with regard to a council decision that is likely to affect a fishery or sector of a fishery in which the affected individual has a significant financial interest. So again, it's all about that idea of what is a significant financial interest that is going to have a positive or negative impact. Next slide. So these thresholds that are described in this slide have been in place for many decades and were not substantively changed by the final rule. So the regulations define a significant financial interest as a greater than 10% interest in the total harvest of the fishery or sector of the fishery affected by the council decision. A greater than 10% interest in the marketing or processing of the total harvest of the fishery or sector of the fishery. or full or partial ownership of more than 10% of the vessels using the same gear type within the fishery or sector of the fishery affected by the council's decision. Next slide. So how is that calculated? And this is really where the major changes that were implemented in the final rule came into effect. Prior to this, what we are calling attribution principles were not in the regulations. These regulations codify some existing practice, represent some changes to how attribution was done in the past, and provide and establishes that NOAA should examine all financial interests of a council member in the aggregate. Right, next slide. So again, there's a lot of detail in the regulations. This is meant to be sort of like a high level overview, but probably like the most significant change is that for direct ownership of a company that has participates in a fishery managed by the council, the final rule establishes proportional attribution, which is based attributing financial interest based on the level of ownership in the company, as opposed to attributing 100% of that company's fishing activity when there's only partial ownership of the company. For employment, there's been no change from past practice, although it has been codified that there is full attribution of fishing activity if a council member is employed by a company with financial interest in the affected fishery. Indirect ownership is also been changed to proportional attribution, which looks at how a company that you work for might own other companies. And then for parent ownership, so you are either employed or own a company that is owned by somebody else. This codifies existing practice, which is that if the parent owns less than 50% of the council member's company or employer, there's no attribution of fishing activity, but there's full attribution if the parent owns 50% or more of the council member's employer or company. Next slide. For employment or service with associations or organizations, there is no change from past practice. There's no attribution of fishing activity from vessels owned by or activities conducted by members of the organization or association if the organization itself is not directly engaged in harvesting, processing, or marketing. If the organization or association is directly involved, then that fishing activity would be attributed to the affected individual. Next, there were some changes to how spouse, partner, or minor child financial interests are attributed. For ownership of a company by a spouse, partner, minor child, there's the same proportional attribution rule that was established for affected individuals. For an employment by spouse, partner, or minor child, attribution now is dependent on the form of compensation and whether or not it is linked to the financial success of the employer. Next slide. There's also change to financial disclosure in the final rule that I wanted to highlight. The final rule is primarily focused on recusal and those attribution principles. However, it also established that the designated official will presume that the information provided in a financial disclosure form is true and correct and is not responsible for determining the veracity of any information provided, and that if specific ownership percentages are not provided in the disclosure form, the designated official should assume that 100% of fishing activity of and vessels owned by the council member will be attributed to the council member. So those are two changes for financial disclosure. Next slide. Okay, so who initiates recusal determinations? This can happen in a couple different ways. An affected individual can request a determination from NOAA General Counsel, or NOAA General Counsel can initiate a determination. We strongly encourage anybody who thinks there might be a recusal issue to get in touch with NOAA GC as soon as possible for a determination. The more time that there is to consider a potential issue, the better, I think, for all involved. So we really encourage you to reach out if you think any of this might apply to you. Next slide. So just to let you know, if you are recused from voting, you may participate in council and committee deliberations relating to the decision, as long as you first notify the council of the recusal and identify the financial interests that would be affected. You may also state for the record how you would have voted on the council decision. So there are a lot of opportunities still for participation in the decision. Next slide. I also just want to make people aware that there is an appeals process if NOAA GC determines that you must recuse from a vote and you disagree. You may appeal that decision to the NOAA General Counsel, and they will consider your request for review. Next slide. So another important component of the final rule is the establishment of regional recusal determination procedure handbooks. So these handbooks are going to be developed that will explain the typical process and procedure followed by the region in preparing and issuing recusal determinations. And, you know, the idea here is that the different councils have very different needs when it comes to recusal determinations. The Pacific Council in particular does not see a lot of recusals. This has not historically been a large issue as opposed to, you know, the experience of some other councils. So this will allow us to kind of tailor our process to the needs of the council. So with publication of the final rule, NMFS is in the process of amending its procedural directive that will provide guidance on how the region is going to work with councils in developing the handbook. So I'm confident you will be hearing more about that in the near future. Next slide. I just also wanted to point out that in addition to the MSA recusal requirements, there is a separate recusal provision, which is in the codified regulations, that says that no council member may participate personally and substantially as a member in a particular matter primarily of individual concern, such as a contract in which he or she has a financial interest, even if the interest has been disclosed. So this provision was adopted to implement the prohibitions in the criminal conflict of interest statute at 18 U.S.C. 208. You know, it's not something that comes up very often, but it's always, I think, good for folks to be aware that there is a second recusal requirement in the regulations. Next slide. So, you know, I think that, you know, I know that our council is very forthright on financial recusal and but just so that folks are aware, there are penalties associated with not complying with the financial disclosure requirements. And, you know, again, I think these are unlikely to occur, but I do want to make sure folks are informed. Next slide. So in sum, I wanted to leave folks with some additional resources if you're interested in learning more. there's the act itself, the regulations, and the CFR governing financial disclosure and recusal. The proposed rule and final rule have a lot of information and a lot of detail in the preambles. And then finally, the completed PFMC member disclosure forms are available on the council's website. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Maggie. I have to imagine there will be some questions here on this. And so I will look for some hands. If not, I've got some questions, but I'd like to go around the table here first. All right, well, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to start, and then others will join in. How proactive should council members be with regard to recusal? Is this something they should seek counsel on at the beginning of the year or on a meeting-by-meeting basis? And as a related question, how proactive will general counsel be, since general counsel can also initiate a recusal requirement?
Yes, thank you. So those are great questions, and questions that I hope that we can really hash out in the procedural document that we'll be working on. Historically, what we have done is review the council roster and the financial disclosure forms to see if there are any issues that are likely to arise. Frankly, in my time in this role, I haven't encountered any. That has been our practice, but I think that this new handbook offers an opportunity to make that a little bit more formal and work with council members so that they can be sure and confident that everything is being considered.
All right, thanks for that. I just noticed the timelines involved. And so hopefully not something that comes up at the last minute and surprises anyone. Let me look around and see if there are any other hands raised, any other questions of Maggie on these new rules.
Mr. Chairman, this is Chuck. I've got a question.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks. And maybe it's kind of getting at what you were getting at, but when you come to the attribution determinations, percentage of vessels owned, percentage of processing capacity, those sorts of things. So who makes that calculation? How do you? I'm not sure that the individual council members would be using the right data to make the determination. Is that something that NOAA-GC is responsible for doing then?
Well, council members are responsible for providing the information that's requested in the form, and that under the new rules would include percentage of ownership if the council member wanted to provide that, and if they don't or they can't, then NOAA-GC will use full attribution. But with respect to sort of conducting the analysis as to whether or not the 10% level is met, that is the responsibility of the designated official, who is NOAA-GC.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions of Maggie? Thank you, Maggie. I'm sure there'll be some questions down the road. And so thanks for being available. Thanks in advance for being available for those future questions. Ryan, is there anything further from NIPS on agenda item C2?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Ryan was called away, and
Okay.
so I don't know if Barry has any further comments, but as far as I'm aware, that was the gamut of presentations that we were anticipating.
Yeah, and I agree.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, confirming that.
What was that, Barry?
I said, this is Barry. Yeah, confirming that.
Okay, great. I just always like to give, make sure that we haven't missed anything. All right. Well, thank you very much, Barry, for the various reports we've received. Next would be reports of management advisory bodies. And I don't believe we have any. So that would next take us to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, there is, Mr. Chair.
All right, Heather Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. My name is Heather Mann. I am the director of the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. We represent 29 trawl catcher vessels that participate in whiting and non-whiting fisheries on the West Coast. I want to thank everybody for their presentations. I really, after listening to them and in particular to Barry's report, I'm realizing more and more how differently we view things depending on what lens you're using. So whether you are looking, from the industry or the private sector perspective or from the agency perspective, I will say we appreciate in the whiting industry, we appreciate the delay in EM. That's something we were fighting hard for a long time. So I'm really thankful that the agency agreed to that. So thanks for that. And thanks for identifying the money for Pacific State's video review in 2021. That was really helpful to hear. I was a little bit surprised of the source of the money being survey money that hadn't been used because both here and in the North Pacific, we've heard that there was not a lot of unused survey money since employees were still being paid and other survey related expenses, except for vessel charters, that those things all still existed. So I was a little surprised, but either way, it's a relief to know that that funding has been identified and publicly announced because I was starting to dread calling John McVeigh and trying to figure out how do we line up 34 human observers for the 2021 whiting season. So that's really good news. I wanted to talk a little bit about workload and, all the agency challenges that Barry discussed are things that I think all of us are facing, not just NMFS employees, but juggling kids and work, and then all the challenges from COVID. I bristle a little bit at the suggestion that in order to balance work and family, the agency staff is only operating at, I think I heard 50 to 75% capacity. I can appreciate the balance because I have it too with, 2 kids in school online, a husband with a heart condition, a demanding job. So I can appreciate the balance, but those of us who work in the private sector, we don't necessarily get that safety net to work at less than full capacity. I mean, I feel like I'm working at more than 100% capacity at this point, if that's even possible. But Corey brought this up earlier, and for years we have had workload issues with National Marine Fisheries Service for one reason or another. We have had government shutdowns, we have administration changes, and now the pandemic. And I'm not saying that these aren't real situations, they are. It just seems like the underlying infrastructure is not built in a way to absorb the challenges that come along. And I really wonder, how long we can continue to operate with these kinds of deficits. I think the new normal is going to be very different than what we have been used to. And I don't know that it's going to be any better, but this is certainly been a systematic problem that I'm not sure directly at this point how we fix it. But it's not sustainable. So now we heard from NMFS they can't take on anything new until at least the fall, and I understand that. At the same time, we have a lot of pressing issues that the industry really needs to move forward. You know, the mothership utilization issue, the access clearly to the non-trawl RCA is so important to smaller boats that are really struggling. And the agency can't work on these issues, so the council really isn't supposed to either, or get too far ahead of the agency, because then it ends up being inefficient and frustrating for everyone. And I get that too. At the same time, the agency does make some curious decisions. For example, I'm an advisor for the Coastal Oregon Marine Experiment Station at Oregon State University. And we had a meeting the other day where it was reported that while Lincoln County, Oregon, where I live and where the OSU experiment station is, we're in phase 2 based on, you know, the local government requirements and the state requirements. And that means that people can go back to work. You have to wear a mask and follow social distancing and all that. But it was reported to us that the NMFS employees in South Beach who work at the Barry Fisher building are still being treated as phase 1. So they're being more restrictive than what the local government requires. And it's impacting getting work done because they're still working from home. And so those kinds of decisions are curious to me. And you know, I think it comes from DC. I don't think it's a regional thing, but again, it just sends these messages of, it just sends curious messages to those of us that don't work at the agency. In terms of the surveys, it's disappointing to many of us that there are no real details being publicly shared about how NMFS plans to do the surveys in 2021 under the pandemic setting. You know, those of us in the industry have had to overcome extreme challenges in order to fish in 2020. It takes significant planning for successful execution and logistical operations. And even then, you know, some of us have spent millions of dollars, some businesses, to ensure safe operations, and they've still been sidelined due to COVID. So it'd be really helpful to go through the list of the things that the agency was unable to do last year, survey related because of the pandemic, and how they are specifically addressing these things now and planning for a different outcome in 2021 in order to ensure that the surveys happen. Specifically, human resources on the water. If employees are not working at capacity now, how is NMFS handling, you know, quarantining folks and staying at sea for longer periods of time to execute the surveys? You know, how is NMFS planning to adapt if there's an outbreak? Does NMFS have a plan B and a plan C? Because the private industry has had to do that. And I know the desire expressed by NMFS to execute the surveys is authentic. I mean, I believe that, but I'm not confident with the information that's been shared to date that the surveys are actually going to happen. And so it'd be nice to have, you know, some more details about how they're going to overcome the challenges that prevented them from executing the surveys last year. So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, you know, it's disappointing to see where we're at. There's a lot of things that are priorities for the industry, commercial and recreational, and we really need those things now in the time of COVID, where our businesses are struggling for a variety of reasons that are pandemic related and fallout. And I understand that these are real issues at NMFS. I'm not saying they're not, but we need to figure out a different way to do business somehow into the future, because whenever there is an issue, and there's always going to be an issue, we end up in these situations where we don't have enough workload, or we're losing employees. Our GMT is, you know, turning over. It looks like there's a lot of good new people coming in, and we have some, you know, long-term members there, but that's a huge learning curve as well. And I'm really just worried about the trajectory of the whole process. So I wanted to get that on the record and appreciate everyone's hard work And we'll again note too that the council meetings go off really well under Ring Central, and the staff does a great job. So thanks for the opportunity to provide the comments, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions for Heather? Thank you, Heather. So that concludes public comment on this agenda item, NMFS report, and takes us to council discussion and guidance as appropriate. So I'll look for a hand. Phil Anderson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to the NMFS leadership for coming forward with those reports. And the workload piece of this is the most challenging. I was going to say troubling, but it's probably both. And how we are to build a plan that will take us through the next 12 months, I'll say, just as could be longer, could be probably not a lot shorter. And I understand and appreciate the, prioritizing all of the things that are on our menu over the course of the next, again, just using 12 months as an example of the time frame to look at. But there's a number of those things that we have on our workload planning document and our that are clearly not going to be accomplished within the timeline that we had originally set out to do. And with every meeting, and the longer this goes, with I say this being the challenges primarily associated with COVID and everything that has transpired from there, relative to loss of staffing, the capacity of people to produce work, with all the challenges, all that stuff. At every meeting, as we've gone from April to June to September to this one, the challenges seem even greater and are growing exponentially. And so it seems to me that we and NMFS has brought forward their kind of how they've prioritized what they see on the horizon in terms of their capacity and what can get done and what is essential. And I think there are probably some different lenses in terms of prioritizing those things, as Heather referred to. But I find this workload planning exercise that we do at the end of every meeting to be more and more difficult, I wouldn't say frustrating, and indeterminate. Because the things that we put on our March agenda or our April agenda or our June agenda at our September meeting, my guess is we're going to be taking some of those things off and moving them forward. And I think rather than just having this be a moving target from month to month, that we need to just we collectively need to just step up and do some, okay, here are the things we can do, and here's the things we can't do. And the list of the can't do's is growing. but this kind of iterative process that we've been using, and I understand why we've been doing it, of, going from, we have a meeting, a month or 2 or 3 goes by, we have another meeting, the workload issues and challenges of getting our work done change. And so we modify what we have on our future agendas, but I think we've got to lengthen out our planning horizon here so that there's a greater degree of certainty on the behalf, not only on behalf of the staff at NMFS and the states and the council and the council members themselves, but also, and as importantly, the public, about what they can expect us to be able to deliver. And as importantly, what they should not expect us to deliver. That's about
Thank you.
all
All right. Thank you, Phil. Look for further discussion. Although I think Phil captured a lot of the sentiment of the council. Further discussion? Barry Thom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 2 points. One, I just said shortly that I do agree with Phil's sentiments, and I think from the National Marine Fisheries Service perspective, really digging into really a 1-year plan, and as opposed to sort of month by month, meeting by meeting, but digging into a 1-year plan, sitting down to actually work some of that stuff out. I think we'd be happy to engage in that to provide a little bit more certainty, even as painful as that might be. But providing that certainty, I think, would help all of us around the table. And I also just wanted to clarify from the earlier discussion, there had been a question that came up on the halibut transfer. And a note was slipped under the door to me that I think about this from the NMFS perspective, we will likely need to delay that, but that shouldn't prevent the council from taking final action at this meeting. But the delay is probably more on the NMFS end and the back end processing. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Any further discussion on this agenda item? Bill, do you have a further comment or? All right. Well, I'm not seeing any more hands. There was a lot to digest in that presentation. I think it's good we're going to see more surveys. I think we've got to adjust to the new recusal rules. And as Phil mentioned, we've got this new reality, and moving the ball down the court one meeting at a time sometimes isn't paying off because we have a years-long problem. If I don't see any other hands up, I guess we will close out this agenda item, NMFS Report C2, and we'll move next to Habitat after lunch, and at that point I'll hand the gavel to Brad. I hope I don't forget this time. It's 12:03. Why don't we come back at 1:10? But before we break, I just want to check in with Chuck and see if he has any announcement before we break for lunch.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't. I think that sounds like a good schedule. So we seem to be doing reasonably well on our tracking agenda at this point. Thanks.
All right. So we'll see you all back here at 1:10.